Good evening, everyone. Ooh, hang on, let's try that again. Let's try it with the microphone in the right place. Good evening, everyone. Hopefully you can actually hear me now. And Delta already, thank you. Yeah, we'll definitely have to get you some better decor for your quarters. Maybe some nice frilly curtains or something. Nice to see the usual faces. I think we've managed to build a bit of a community here, which is really cool. So, what have I been up to? That is the burning question. And the answer is I have been fiddling with this and then iterating and then trying something different and then doing it the first way again, and basically trying out lots of different things to find like the perfect solution. The way I want the long range sensors to work is in the form of like a long range survey of a star system. So it's how you decide which star system to explore next. So you want to be able to do a few surveys of a few star systems, and then hopefully one of them looks enticing and worth exploring. So that's kind of what all this is about. So I've been thinking about how to present that data and what the button click should be in order to generate that data. So let's have a quick look at what I've been doing with this. Literally just before coming on air, I managed to break this, so I'll just fix this real quick. So that one there needs to be 1 second. That one needs to go away, that one needs to go away. So essentially we have two modes. We've got the actual main listing of star systems, and of course it doesn't have to just be star systems. It's essentially any location within the galaxy, any 1 light year cube. So each one of these corresponds to a single light year cube, and that could either contain a star system or an object of interest or some weird space phenomena. So each one of these represents a 1 light year cube. So what you want to know is what is within that 1 light year cube. So the idea is that you would click one of these and then click the view details button, and it will then show you what's actually there. If we have a quick go on that a sec. Oh, I also fixed my test level, so we don't have to wait for the whole game to load every time now, because that was getting tedious. So from the last stream, you'll see that I've updated the actual listing itself a little bit more. I realised I hadn't actually included the coordinates on there, which I thought was a big mistake, really. It definitely needs the coordinates on there. I found a much nicer way of describing what this 1 light year cube represents, and I've changed how the percentages are displayed as well. I would say that's easier to read too, which makes it nicer. Oh, and of course the colours as well. Yes, so I didn't have the colours on Sunday either, so what I've done is I've added a little splash of colour which is equal to the actual Kelvin temperature of the star, or of the primary star. So you'll see each one of these says single star system with an M-class primary, which for a single system is fine. If that was a multi-star system, then the primary is going to be the highest mass object within that system. So if it said single star system with a black hole primary, you know that that black hole is the highest mass object within that star system. And if we just grab a few more, you can see that each one of these now has that splash of colour. I might handle these LT and Y class ones differently, because obviously their Kelvin value is so low, they just come out red. So maybe we'll just make that like a brown, to sort of represent the fact they're brown dwarfs. I also changed this and the way this is laid out. Hopefully that's going to make more logical sense with the way the data flows. I also moved the auto refresh up onto here because it is directly connected to the location of the ship, so it makes sense to have it there. So if we click one of these, you can see it immediately comes up with no data. I'm going to change that slightly so that it will actually draw the star system, but with all of the planets either grayed out or saying something like suspected gas giant, suspected terrestrial world, words to that effect. And then you'll click the initiate survey button, which will do the actual survey of that system and reveal more details about what those planets are. So you actually have to actively survey each system you're looking at. That button shouldn't be there. That should be the back button, so let's just fix that in a minute. I did have that working, it's just I've shortened the animation because it was a bit slow. Yeah, so the idea with it is that when you first look at a star system, it might be historical catalogue data that's there, or literally the briefest of scans, which just gives you the fact that there is one or more stars and one or more planets around those stars. You don't really know anything about those planets, you just know that there are some. And you need to press another button to reveal more information. And then when you actually get to that system, you'll then do the equivalent of a honk in Elite Dangerous, where you actually gather more data, including the moons and things. So I'm going to have it so there's no data about moons if you're conducting a long-range scan. Details about moons and things that are smaller than that, you'll have to actually be within half a light year of that star system in order to reveal that information. Yeah, eventually there will be a search. We can do a search for stars that pre-exist in the data. So obviously we've got those SQL databases, and we can search those for stellar data, but that doesn't include the procedural systems, and those ones will require an algorithmic approach where the name of the system can be converted to coordinates. Yeah, so I would say first iteration you'll be able to search the 18 million or so real world stars, and then the second iteration you'll be able to search procedural stars. Right, so the fade doesn't fully fade with that, so I think what I'll do is I'll just get rid of opacity, and instead, of course, it's set it to 0. There we go. Go with visibility instead. Right, so the back button and the survey button, they both need to be hidden. invisible there. And the same with this one as well. So hide you there. Though, that having been said, it's probably easier to do that in code rather than using the animation system for it. Yeah, I will. Mark, yes, I expect that will be the second big update, where we do searching of procedural planets. The systems are all seed based, and that seed is derived from the actual XYZ coordinates of the star. So every star system is the same for all players, regardless of the fact it's procedural. Yeah, what Devin just said, basically. Yes, Delta, you can search backer systems. That uses a SQL database as well. Right, so that one and that one need to start hidden. That one needs to start visible. Okay. Right, so those two need to be enabled when we fade into them. Okay, which means that one needs to be disabled. Set the visibility as well. Thank you, Delta. You know what she's going to do? She's going to buy more junk for the pigeons. She bought a little USB fountain. Literally just a tiny little fountain that you put in a tray of water, and it creates like a sprinkler. And to be fair, the pigeons loved it. They were standing under it and holding their wings in the air and having an actual shower. Well, the reason it says percentage explored is because otherwise people aren't going to know what the percentage relates to. Obviously, after a while, you'll realise what it relates to, but for new players at least, don't know. I'd have to have a think about that one. I think it adds something to the UI to actually have the text on there. Otherwise, it's just a progress bar with no supporting information. Hey Tago. So the work that I'm doing right now is the work that's needed for the public demo update. And as for what's going to be in that update, that is essentially the overhaul of the Galaxy system, the addition of all of the new planetary data, the ability to scan for life on planetary bodies, and the general political state of the galaxy. That and the overhaul of the ship interior and the whole ship model. There's a whole long list of stuff that's gone into this update. Way too much stuff, if we're honest. This should have been a much smaller update, which is why it's taken so long. We can't actually list the number of planets on the main listing. Where are we? So, because of the way the data is generated in the galaxy, we're generating 30 to 40,000 stars in one go, which is kind of a necessary evil because you've got to generate that amount of stars around the ship. Now, because of that, we have to generate an absolutely minuscule amount of data for each star. Otherwise, it would take forever to generate them. So things like knowing how many planets there are, that requires going through the entire star system generation process, which is no small amount of code. It's a significant amount of work to generate that star system. Because it's not just arbitrarily deciding the amount of planets, it's actually going through the process of adding mass to a protoplanetary disk and then collapsing that disk into individual planets. And the number of the planets depends on how much mass there was in that protoplanetary disk and then what planet types are being generated each time it makes one. So that mass depletes as planets are created. So as you can imagine, there's a lot of hoops to jump through to determine just exactly how many planets there are within a system. And in a listing like this, you can't do that for all of them all at once. That's why we have to go into each one separately. So when you click the View Details button, that's when it goes through and generates that data. So even though you can't see all of that data on the long-range sensors, it has actually gone through the process of generating it. Thank you, Firstus. For an NPC named James Dobbs, may he rest in pieces. I don't know who James Dobbs is. Does he deserve to rest in pieces? Why is he in pieces? Yes, Fredichet, we're still working on the sensors at the moment. I need to get this bit done because right now you cannot target individual planets, which is kind of, well, that's made the sensors half unusable, so I really want to get that sorted so that we can target planets again. Ah, I see. Okay. I get it now. Yeah, as Claire's just said, having the explored percentage visible on the main listing is useful because you need to be able to see where your next exploration target is. So there's no point checking something out if you've already explored it, or if you've got something out there which is, say, 90% explored, and you see it on the list, you can think, oh, I'll just go do that final 10%. Having to click through on every single one each time to see how explored they are could get a little bit arduous. Yeah, Claire's on a mission to do that as well. One of the things we were talking about is actually having a sector level exploration percentage as well. So, and we could tie that to an achievement. 100% explore every single star system within a given sector. I think that's a hell of a hard achievement to get. So this code's all a bit spaghetti-ish and messy at the moment, but as we prototype, it's good just to chuck some things down there, and then once it's all working nicely, we can tidy it up. Right, so I've halved the animation length to 1 second, which makes it then easier to control how fast that is. So 2 would be half a second, because you're basically dividing the playback speed by 2, multiplying it by 2, and then with the delay you're dividing it by 2. So that would be 1 divided by 2, and that would be 1 divided by 2. Right, so we want those ones hidden, and then after a second that one becomes visible, except we want that one. We want that one. And then in the opposite direction, we make that one hidden, make that one and that one visible after the animation is complete. Let's give that a quick try. Yes, there is a lot of spaghetti. Yeah, it's not too bad. I'll probably make these fade as well, because I'm not sure I'm a fan of them just disappearing like that. But yeah, so I was going to have it as it is now, where you simply just click one of the targets and it immediately takes you through to the more information screen. And I've been thinking about how that's going to work on the holo display, which we don't actually have on the test map. By requiring a button press in order to go into more details, it means that you're actually able to click through these targets and actually have those highlighted on the holo display as you click through them. And then when you click more detail, like so, we can actually have the holo display change to actually show the system at its basic level. Which from a usability perspective is probably the better way to do it. So, because otherwise you've got a disconnect between what's displayed on the sensors and what's on the holo display. So if the sensors guy is actually looking at a list of planets, that needs to be represented on the holo display as well. Yeah, we can turn off the cloud effect in the background. So I added that on there just to add a bit of movement and visual interest to the actual UI. Without it, it looks very, very flat. Like across the top here, having this variance of shading across the bar gives it some depth, which you lose when it's not there. When it's just a flat color, it looks, well, rubbish to be fair, but we can certainly add it as a toggle. Yeah, we will make the AI work with whatever the panel actually does. So again, the whole point of all of this is to build a system which is as close to a real-world usable system as possible. So if that's how it works, then we just have to make the AI work with it. But to be honest, that's why we also need additional layers of click-through in order to bring up different screens. Because say you're the captain and you highlight one of the stars on the holo display, because remember, we want the holo display itself to be the main input mechanism for the command staff. So as the captain, you can simply walk up to the holo display and point at the star and say, scan that one. So we need that on here, so it highlights on here that the captain's pointing at this one, so the sensor person can simply click the view detail button and then go through and show that information in 3D to the command staff. And then similarly, the commander can just go, okay, point at that planet and say, right, set a course to that one, in which case the helm can access that information directly from the fact that the commander has used the holo display, but it will also be available on here as well. Yeah, laser pointer, that's a good idea. Yeah, the holo display is how the captain references stuff in space, in the world around the ship. So without having, without standing behind the person on the sensors and kind of pointing over their shoulder, the captain needs a way of referring to things in space around the ship. So having the ability to physically select an object on the holo display gives the command staff that interaction with the ship systems, which the people sat in the chairs can then react to. Obviously, we'll have a range limit on that. So, like with the text labels stop showing after 20 light years, and it'll be the same. So you won't be able to click on something if it's zoomed out too far. Yeah, well, we can easily tweak the interaction range. So, if it requires that you be stood right in front of it, we can certainly do that. So that should still work. Okay, so we need to reset that. So the big job with this is to actually now build the list of planets in the same way that we've built the list of stars. We're going to need it as a tree, and it's definitely going to need things like berry centers. So what I'll probably do is start off with every single system, whether it's a multi-star system or not, having a berry center as the root object, which I think is true for any star system. I mean, even the Sol system has a berry center outside of the radius of Sol. So Jupiter is so massive, it drags the sun around a berry center point. So technically, we're a binary system with Jupiter. But I'll do that for every single system. And then off of that berry center, you'll have the star. And then off of the star, you obviously have all the planets. In the medium range, because we'll use the same code and the same objects to build the medium range display, and that one will also have moons. And I was reluctant to use the list view object for this because obviously we have that problem where if you expand a tree and then scroll off screen, then when you scroll back to it, it's been collapsed automatically. So some extra code's going to be needed to stop that from happening. But we're going to need, like say with gas giants, some gas giants could have literally hundreds of moons, and we need the efficiency of a list view to be able to have 100 widgets as child objects and only display the ones that are on screen. Yeah, the command chair, which isn't there right now because the holo display is not there, that has buttons for switching between all the different bridge consoles. So it needs to always be the case that all of the information on the sensors is usable without the holo display. So the holo display doesn't need to be involved. But if the holo display is pointing at the sensors, then that information needs to be there on the holo display as well. So the idea is that the captain or commander can choose which station on the bridge to mirror the output from in 3D. So they'd be sat there and they'd either be clicking the sensors to see the sensor data, or they'd click across to the tactical and see the tactical data, and then they would physically address the person sat in the chair and say, right, can you show us this screen? And they change it accordingly. Yeah, we can't physically change the layout of the bridge, but something that I need to have more of a think on as to the practicalities of it. But given that all the UIs are essentially just touch screens, we could treat them similar to something like an iPad, where when it first fires up, you have a series of app icons. And one of those icons would be sensors, one of them would be tactical, etc, etc. So when you sit in the chair, that's not necessarily the dedicated sensors chair, that's just a chair on the bridge, and what that console is used for depends on which app you launch. So if you wanted to have tactical on the other side of the bridge, then you simply launch the tactical app on that console. That would certainly allow captains and players to configure the bridge and configure the layout of who sits where, but it's only really relevant for the 4 chairs in the center, because the engineering screens on this side are going to be much bigger, so they won't fit on these displays. And similar over here with the security screen and the environmental control screen, they're going to be much bigger screens. But these ones, yeah, they could be interchangeable. It's just a case of making the NPCs work with that accordingly. Yeah, we want to avoid hologrammatic displays as much as possible. Again, this is supposed to be a functional, usable interface. So, we've got things like a wrist rest because, health and safety. And we'll have a physical keyboard as well at some point here. Yeah, holo displays are great, but not particularly usable. If you think about something like Minority Report, then how achy would your arms be after using that just for 10 minutes, just waving your arms in the air continuously? You need to have that. You need to have that physical rest space for your limbs. Yeah, well, the holo display has to be interactive in that sense. There's no other way around it. Right then, now for the fun part. Yeah, when it comes to actual different views, because there isn't a main viewer on the bridge, so having like a main view screen is very much a Star Trek thing, and we're wanting to shy away from that as much as we can. However, there's nothing stopping us making a hologrammatic screen where the holo display is, and that's how we're going to do comms with alien species. So you'll have a big floating screen on the holo display, which is where you'll see the image of whichever alien you're communicating with. So there's no reason why we can't use that for, rear view mirrors and that sort of thing. I'm going to try and make a generic list item which can have child objects. I'm hoping this can be a child of itself. I have a suspicion it can't be, which is why I made additional levels of them before. But we'll try it and see. That's a good question, Firstus, and the answer is no, they shouldn't work. With the FTL engine on, nothing should work. You've got this bubble of absolutely mangled space around the ship, so nothing should be able to penetrate that. But having to stop the ship every time you want to scan something would get tedious. So it's one of those things we're going to have to hand wave a little bit. Yeah, reducing range whilst at warp, that's certainly an option. Well, the long-range sensors technically have an infinite range, but the medium-range sensors have a range of half a light year, and the short-range sensors have a range roughly equivalent to a single planetary system. So you're talking about, Jupiter and its moons kind of distance. Yeah, well, the bubble of a warp bubble, or the event horizon of a warp bubble, is no different than a black hole, really. You're talking about space which is compressed to the point of being a singularity, so nothing should be able to penetrate that skin. So you shouldn't see anything beyond it. You shouldn't be able to communicate in any way beyond it. Obviously that's real science, but we're going to have to hand wave that, because otherwise every time you go to warp it's just black, or if not black then some weird mess of colours. I like the idea of a quantum periscope. CSI, yeah, visual range I think is a good description for that. If you can see it out the window, then that the short range sensors should be able to detect it. Within reason, obviously. We're definitely not adding any kind of sensor delay, or any kind of time distortion or anything like that. So the sensors just work instantly in real time, no matter how far something is away. Yeah, Hawking radiation's a good shout, actually. Yeah, FTL comms is an interesting subject. The current solution that we've settled on is micro wormholes. It would be nice to use quantum entanglement, but the science against that is so sound that it's, you know, you're going sci-fi for the sake of sci-fi with that one. So micro wormholes, as crazy as that sounds, is actually more scientifically valid. It's a magic tube. It would be nice, where we've got this faded color effect here, to actually have some form of graphic. So, like for a berry center, just have, I don't know, like a faded orrery map kind of display, just faded nicely, just to kind of indicate the fact that that's a berry center, and then a different kind of graphic for each type of object. Yeah. First of all, we must ask A, what is a quasar, and why are they red? So this is going to be the display of objects within the system. So we cannot realistically have coordinates on there because those numbers are huge. Or we put the coordinates here. No, I mean, these are objects within a system, so coordinates are kind of irrelevant. I mean, they're relevant, but they're not practically relevant, because you've got that on here anyway, so it will display that over there when you click on them. You know, distance is definitely needed. Where we've got this, I think this one can actually just have scanned or unscanned, because that really is just, you know, have you scanned it, yes or no. So for each class of object, we're going to need a different different description. I'm hoping to use this same class for all of them. It's also going to need a like an expand button as well. Like a little thing to indicate the fact that it's part of a tree. The way it works, Fredashay, is, let's say you have 2 coins, 2 boxes. You put the coin heads up in one box and then tails up in the other box. You mix the boxes up so you don't know which one's which, and then you go and place one of those boxes on the moon. Now when you open your box and you see that your coin is heads, you immediately know that the coin on the moon is tails. Now, even though that piece of information was instant, you didn't really affect the other coin. You can deduce what it is. It's kind of like that. So, like, if you've got 2 tangled particles, you know that they're opposite to one another. So by revealing the state of one, you automatically know the state of the other one. Yeah, so you collapse the quantum state. But that means that you can't use that for communications, because flipping one won't flip the other. So that quantum entanglement is broken the moment you know the spin of one of those particles. Yeah, the issue with quantum entanglement is that it collapses. So if everything exists in a state of quantum uncertainty. So those 2 particles are both up and down at the same time. Yeah, like Schrodinger's cat. But the moment you observe one and determine its spin, one, you know the spin of the other one, because that's the nature of quantum entanglement. But at the same time, that quantum uncertainty state collapses. So you know what both of the spins are on both particles. You know that they're opposite to one another, but then you can't change the spin of one and have the other one react accordingly. So you can't use it for flipping 1 and 0 bits, because that quantum entanglement is immediately broken and thus cannot be used for communication. Not even once. Yeah, when it comes to artificial horizons, we'll just align with the closest centre of gravity. So if you're outside of a star system, then the horizon is going to be the galactic plane. If you're within a star system, then the plane of that system, so whatever the protoplanetary disk was, will be the plane. And if you're around a planet, then it will be the equator of that planet. Right, so let's start moving some stuff around. Yeah, you're right, Fred O'Shea, and I don't know enough about it to be able to answer that question. All I know is that people who know more about it than I do call them entangled. Yeah. I mean, I love quantum physics, as a subject, and I love watching videos on it. But it's very much above my my ability to compute. I find it interesting, but I can't do it. Thank you, Fred O'Shea. Well, I'll never be a quantum physicist, but I definitely want to be an astrophysicist. I'd love to get a PhD in that one day. So when building a tree, obviously for the root of the tree you need an expand or collapse button, and then for the child objects you just need some kind of graphic there to represent the tree itself. Ideally, we need these objects to be smaller. Just thinking about the amount of space we have available on the UI. So as long as we don't embed them too deeply, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. I like the idea of having each class of object have its own little faded graphic in the background. like the edge of an orrery map for a berry center, or some other graphic which suggests berry center. Right, let's just generate some planets and see how it looks in a minute. So we view details on this. And that needs to generate that. Right, so when we change the widget switcher, which we are doing where? Are we doing it as part of the animation? That's probably not ideal. There we are. I'll remove that from the animation because we need to be able to apply code to it. You can fire events via the animation, but it gets difficult to track what's going on when you do that. So if we just do the fade. Why don't we add another fade while we're at it? So to handle the fading of these buttons in and out, I'm going to cheese it slightly by using an image that's that color just over the top. It does mean that that's going to have to be updated to reflect the color of the customization, which is going to probably be a minor headache, but we will see. Should be the same color. We just add that on there. Add our opacity. So 0.5, we wanted to have an opacity of 1, and then 1 second, an opacity of 0. So that fades both like that. It's clearly the wrong color. I see. We did the tint instead of that. start making this slightly more complicated. Yeah, so stick a couple of sequences in there. So we'll handle the animation separately. So the reason I've set the animation to exactly 1 second, again, is because it allows for easy scaling. So if I want to adjust the speed, I can scale everything based on default being 1 second. Right, so we want to hide that after half a second, essentially. Or it's actually that times 2, because we want it to wait for half of the animation and then hide that. Fine, actually, then we can make them visible at the same time, and then it fades it back in. And then all of that the same in reverse, doing it the other way. The other thing we need to do with this one is we need to clear out the coordinates that are there. Otherwise, it will still show the coordinates for the last object you looked at, which is no good. Tidy this up further over time. Okay, they hide too quickly on the back button, but they work okay there. It's a little bit glitchy. Okay. And of course we need to add the widget switcher into that as well. Which would be which one? So similarly to those, we need to change that halfway through the animation when everything is faded. And I might extend the middle of the fade just a little bit, just to mask turning things on and off. So we're fading out, that would be 1, and going backwards that would be 0. I'm not seeing any warnings on YouTube. If we make both of these 1 here, and then move that across to there, that means it's just staying faded a little bit longer, which should hopefully be enough time to mask things switching. Hey Dak, welcome to the stream. You can still see it a little bit. Do you mean specifically in the long range? Because we've got this auto refresh option here, and if you turn that off, then it won't update if you change locations. So we don't need that one anymore. So that one fades into that one. Then we just need to populate this list now, so we need to add the actual list items. So on the holo display, it's basically a mirror of whatever the console is doing. So it's a way for the captain to look at that data whilst it's being worked on. And then that also promotes communication between the captain and the sensors person because they're talking about the same data. So I don't think I'm actually passing the data I need through to this yet. So let's just have a quick look at the list item, which would be other list item. Yeah, this one. Right, so we click that, grab that, this doesn't actually need to happen here anymore. Right, so we need to take this bit of code here and move it, because we want that to happen when we click this button. And then we need to pass that through. At some point I am going to collapse all of these into subgraphs, because this particular widget is getting very, very packed and difficult to find stuff as well. So I'm going to have it collapsed into long, medium and short range, with the nodes organized nice and neatly. Right, so we're firing across long range details, which takes us to there, so we need to add that to our switch. Right now we're firing this from this. That's what that is. So we don't want to do that anymore. All we want to do, in fact, is this. Not that. If we're the currently selected object, we cast our parent object and we update our coordinates. Okay. And then that actually needs to happen on here. Here. that simplified that somewhat. So blah 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 blah. Set our target. Right. Job done. Target is set. That removes a cast, which is always a good thing. Right, and then here, now that we've done that, we fire that through there. That basically goes and gets replicated, and then we need an event hanging off of the other end of that, so it's related to this. Okay. Add a custom event, and we'll call that show page detail. Yes, Delta. So in our final vision, certainly of the single player campaign, I really want it so that you arrive on the ship via a shuttle, you disembark that shuttle, you go to essentially the signing in desk behind the shuttle bay. You're greeted by the person sat behind the desk. They hand you your pack, which includes your pass card and your quarters assignments, and you then are sent on your way to your quarters to unpack. So it's very much an onboarding process where you go through what you would expect to go through in the real world. So yes, quarters will definitely show the assignee's name on them, and we will also have a way of being able to change your assigned quarters, assuming there's one free. We'll have to have a look at that, because the idea, of course, is that you're replacing one of the NPCs. So the logical way of doing that is you inherit their crew quarters. But if you then die and that NPC is lost, and then you go and replace another NPC, do you stay in your original quarters, or do you then move to their quarters? So there's a few things that need to be thought about there and smoothed off. Yeah, I don't see why not. Things like the conference room screen would be the place where we would do something like that, or the individual terminals, which will be on the captain's desk and the XO's desk. So the idea there is you'll be able to view the full crew roster and make changes to that roster at that point, maybe assigning someone to a different department, or indeed changing their rank or something like that. That's a fair ways off yet, so there's not a lot of thought that's got into it. No problem. So I'm just thinking about the data handling here. So we know the details about this particular sector location, because we're passing that through to the list item when we generate that list item. So we're saying, right, you correspond to this particular sector location. However, once that's been clicked on, the actual information we're sending backwards is just the coordinates. Really, we need to stop doing this and just pass that back instead. Because what we're telling the sensors is this sector location is the one that's been selected currently. And then we use, that gives us access to all of this. So rather than just passing back this, if we pass back this, then we've got all that data available and can then build UI elements and move things like the indicator on the holo display accordingly. Hey Ian, welcome to the stream. Yes, indeed we are. So the reason we didn't have a build on Sunday is because you cannot currently use the sensors to navigate to planets. So I wanted to get that functionality fixed and built back in before we have a new build, which is why I'm sort of really ploughing on with this tonight. Operationally, the sensors are slightly different in the way that they're used now, so we just need the code to reflect that. Oh, that's weird. The actual YouTube Studio page just says excellent condition on the stream health. So yeah, it must be some back-end thing. Yeah, there's been no alerts or anything for bandwidth. So I'm just thinking ahead here, because not only are we selecting our sector location, and again, the terminology within the engine, a sector location is 1 cubic light years of space, and that sector location can be anything. So each sector has 1 million sector locations, which is 100 times 100 by 10 times 100. So the sector locations are the things which are generated by the Galaxy Gen, which again doesn't generate very much data at all. But see, if we're passing that back as the thing we've clicked on, then we're going to need slightly more specific information when we pick a planet, because it's using this in a generic way for just updating what we currently have targeted. So really we need an additional one of these. Is that yeah, so that's okay, so we do have a pass through for that particular one. Actually, no, we don't. Those are both large system objects. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another one of these specifically for sector locations, which this one isn't. See, this one's using the large system object struct, which is things like planets and stars. So those are large objects within a sector location. We don't have one that covers the sector location as a whole. What are we doing with this? Right, okay, so this is part of the system which updates the holo display. So both of those system objects. This is without a doubt the most complicated UI on the ship. It's doing so much of the heavy lifting. So both of these are basically just passing through a vector. That's just not enough. We need more than that. So let's solve that first. And then we can worry about the rest of it. We call this one long range selection. So at least we can track the full amount of data we have for that. So sector location. So on the back end, sector location is essentially just a struct which contains all that bare minimum information. The sector location details struct, that's everything. So that's all of the planets, all of the planetary data, any information about alien races, all of that's going to be encapsulated within this particular struct. But that's the one that takes time to generate because it's a lot of data. So we pass this one around freely and we pass that one around sparingly. So that's the one we're going to use. And then we use this one to generate the other one. So that's our sector location. And then we need to set up a few bits and pieces on the player controller for this. Yeah, sorry about the stream, guys. Everything continues to say excellent condition on this side. Obviously something somewhere is having problems, but I can't see what from this end. Hopefully the stream replay will have been solid. I also need to add a new blueprint interface for this as well. So that would be update sensors long range selection. Get rid of the word update because you can't have two called the same thing. As before, we need sector location. We should be able to then pull that out of our interfaces. Give that a compile, that should appear.
Tea for thee.
Thank you.
Hey everyone. Bye everyone.
I just had some tea from the tea fairy. Right, yeah, so what we'll do is we'll fire this off to the player controller, do our replication. Essentially, we're converting it to a server authoritative button press. And then we'll receive that back via this, and then we'll set that as a rep notify variable, which means we've then got a replicated version of what the player has clicked on in the list, and we can then work with that accordingly. So then we can drive what's happening on here from this rep notify variable, which is the better way of doing it, because as soon as if you're mid-game and a player joins the server mid-game, then this is what gets fired. So anything that's been set here is immediately replicated to that joining client. So they get real-time updates as to what the current situation on the sensors looks like. Right, yeah, so we need player controller next. Which would be about there. So in the player controller, you can see at the bottom here, we've got lots of replication activity going on, including some stuff that we clearly don't need anymore. So we need I didn't expand it. Would help if I did that. Why does it always put them miles away from what you're working on? I mean, honestly. So update long range selection server. That is going to be server authoritative. Of course, we need the source actor as well. This one. This is basically so we know where we're sending this back to. So we just need an actor object reference. Otherwise, we have no idea where this blueprint interface came from, and no idea where to send it back to. Okay, so when we click the list item object, where are we? That needs to fire an event on here, which would be this one. So update sensor long range selection. So if we get rid of those for a minute. And then we just give it the sector location that we're working with. Again, each list item represents a unique sector location. So we're passing that through. So that then needs to go through to the player controller. Long range selection. So we're sending that via a blueprint interface, which means we don't need to cast anywhere. Tell it which actor that's coming from, and then the player controller sends it back as a server authoritative event, which means we then have permission to set that as a replicated value. Again, the reason we're going for all of this is because widget blueprints do not replicate. You cannot replicate one of these, so we have to go through player controller to add that replication. So now we've got this far. This is where we now decide what to do with the information that we have just acquired. I'm going to do a quick save all a minute. Yeah, because at this point we don't want to update coordinates anywhere. This is getting even smaller now. So that should be everything we actually have to do on here. And then that gets us to here, which means we're done with that. And we should be done with the player controller as well. Right, so Now what is the question? So we'll grab a reference to our widget. And that would be this one. And now we need to decide what to do on that widget. So I suppose the easiest thing to do, if we just store that value on the widget, then that value is available on any of the clients, which means we need to set that up as a variable, which I'm assuming I don't already have. Because we've got a few old references here from the old system which are just lingering around. So I need to come through and purge a bunch of this. I also need to stick them in folders. So this is long range selection. So on here we can just set current long range selection, which is the variable we just created, and we will populate that with this variable, which is that one that we just made as well. Blah 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 blah, probably because I haven't compiled it yet. Should be available now. There we go. So yeah, so all we're doing then is we're going to update that variable on the widget, which means when we actually go to click on a button, it should have that available to reference. So here, so what we're doing is we're show long range detail. So we take that variable that we've just updated, okay, and then we do the system generation task. So what this does, this goes through the full process of generating that star system, which then gives us all the data we need to draw the full list of planets and all that stuff. So if we get rid of all of that, break that a sec. So you can see that we have an awful lot more information now, including all planets. Okay. So I think we also need to update the title on here. So if we grab a reference to that, update title text. do a length on this one. Should just tell us how many objects are in the system. Let's just give that a try a minute, make sure it's actually working. I think the animation might be blocking that. At least I assume so. Oh, no. Actually. There is a point to what we were doing before as well. And that's telling the sensors which one of these has actually been updated. So the whole point of doing this yeah, forcing the refresh is we need to have that target galactic coords updated so we know which one's been selected. To do that, we were actually firing an event on here, which was this one. That should just be Galaxy Target. Galaxy Target. And that just forces a refresh of the display. But we also need to make sure that we're not doing anything that's being targeted. Although actually I think we're doing that over here. That's fine. Hopefully that will be all that was needed. What we need to not happen is have anything over here update, because this, all of this basically happens when we go for our detail. So that's all updating fine. So I suppose the other question is that there's not very much in the way of feedback when you click these. I mean, yes, they're highlighting, but it's not really telling you anything. So going back to the discussion we were having earlier about this percentage explored value, well, we could stick it on here and have it show up when you click through, but then you do have to click on them to see the value, which again is kind of counter to how we wanted it to look. I suppose the only other thing we can do is just put the briefest of information on here. Yeah, because we can't list how many planets there are, because that won't have been generated yet, unless we do generate that the moment you click on it. Which is not impossible, you can definitely do that. Yeah, user notes actually is it is going to be an important layer that we can add to this, especially once we've got a keyboard where you can type notes and things. Because notes could definitely come up on there. So you click them, really brief overview plus some notes. Yeah, that's definitely doable. Yeah, and then view detail to see the actual listing, which is doing nothing right now, so let's just work out why. So we're going long range details, which means we go into this one. Long range details, which I haven't connected to anything. So that means why it's not doing anything. Okay, so we want to do the fade when we click that button. Then so that's basically this. We also have this. We can just stick that on there. Yeah, so the percentages are going to require various layers in order to complete to 100%. So the way I was thinking about it yesterday is that a long-range survey gets you 10%, a medium-range survey gets you a further 15%, that takes you up to 25%, so that's a quarter of the work done, and then scanning each planet individually takes you up to your further, the complete 100%. So that final 75% needs to take place, within a reasonable close range to each planet. Visual range, essentially. So you conduct a long range scan, a medium range scan, and then get within visual range of each planet, and that's your 100%. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, we could potentially do that because all we need is a button to do the short range scan, and that gets the percentages done. But we need to calculate it per system because obviously each system has a different number of planets. So that final 75% is going to be more or less work depending on how many planets there are in the system. So we'll simply divide 75% by however many planets there are and work it out that way. I think for the immediate future, we'll do the initial 25%, and then we'll work on the further 75% a little bit further down the line. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, when it comes to the points of interest on planets, I think yes, they need to be rolled into it at some point, but that would be further down the line. Because if we've got a lot of points of interest on lots of planets, then you're talking days, if not weeks, worth of work to survey a single star system, which is kind of mental to think about when there are a few 100 billion of them. Yeah, I mean, I'm not against that at all, to be honest. It's the more there is to scan and to experience, the better. We just don't want it to become arduous. So if it's as simple as this is an interesting tree, then when you've looked at 20 interesting trees, it doesn't matter how interesting they are, they're still just trees, and that will get annoying after a while. So there's definitely a balancing act there. But yeah, I agree. I mean, surveying an entire star system and getting that to 100% should be, a mission to accomplish. Yeah, we definitely want spice. Absolutely. But yeah, so when it comes to the medium range scan, we want to be able to populate sectors with lots and lots and lots of random stuff which won't appear on the long range sensors. So I think that the easiest way to handle this is to have like a mass range on what each sensor array can successfully find. So the long range sensors, we're talking anything down to dwarf planets, say. Anything smaller than a dwarf planet is going to be invisible to the long range sensors. So as you're flying through the galaxy, if you've got the medium range sensors on, you can be doing medium range scans of every cubic light year that you fly through, and you could be detecting stuff within that cubic light year that you couldn't see on the long range sensors. So something like a derelict spaceship just drifting through space, or say a rogue planet. Those are things which you're not going to see until you're right on top of them. And to be honest, that also helps with having things to do. So when you're flying from A to B and you're flying through, say, 15-20 light years worth of space, then if you're tapping that medium range scan button every time you transition into the next cubic light year, then there could be things that are popping up on the sensors which you would have missed if you weren't looking for them. The fun thing is we should get around to that relatively soon. Yeah, exactly. Now, you shouldn't expect to see a derelict ship from many, many light years away. It's just too small and too faint. Another ship at warp, however, is something that would show up on the sensors. Other ships at warp are going to be like, beacons in space, because they're literally tearing space a new one as they move through it. Yes, that's very true. Distress beacons are something that should be visible long range. Although I think we'll save that for the comms panel. So things like distress beacons will show up over here. Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it. Enjoy your food. Just realised I've removed the back button. There we go. That's what we want to do. Okay, that's better. So it's definitely updating about objects. Obviously, we need to update that back when we generate this. So in terms of usability, and a lot of this is all about the usability of the system. So we can click through different locations on the long range sensors. We can generate just a really brief description on here. I suppose we can just default this to zeros so that we can just send to helm at this point and skip this if we want to. I was going to grey this out, but I think we'll leave that in as functionality. Yes, Delta, we may as well. I think dev build users are going to have to bear with a little bit, because like when you go into view detail, this is going to be broken. I mean, I've only been streaming for just over 2 hours, so chances are I'll get this working anyway. But yeah, I'll put the build out as is, however it is at the end of this stream. Yes, it should do, Zelaf. Hang on, let's scroll down to that one there, the red one, so we can see that it's there. Right, let's look at ROS 1614. Go to view details, blah 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 blah, get back. Yeah, it stays where it is. Why it's fading twice. Okay, yeah, so we'll just have it so that if you send to helm without looking at any details, it's just going to send you to the dead center of that system. Then, yeah, if you want something more specific, you'll need to actually go and look at the specifics. Okay, so on that note then, this is the magic thing that we need. So let us also, while we're at this, we need to reset that display. So this particular one, we should be using because a couple of builds ago we changed it so that we are using the stored sector location instead. Yeah, so we use that one. So all we need to do is grab the length of that one, and that should be that updated. Just want to make sure that that's actually getting the right number of it, or is it going to be literally the whole sector? So 6 objects of 4359. Oh yeah, it's displaying the whole lot. That's no good. We don't want that. We only want the ones we want. So. We're literally looping through and counting them as we go. Which means we're going to have to do a similar job. It should be usable in both Zelaf. So I'll show you in a sec, but yeah, it should work both ways. It'll make more sense when the local coordinates are up there as well. I might actually just make a macro for this. Welcome, Archer. Basically, I need to macro this bit of code here without breaking this. Although I could just duplicate it, to be honest. Yeah, so we're looping through the array, and we're basically incrementing an integer if the object in the array matches these conditions. So if I grab that, and that, and that. Right, and let's turn this into a macro. It's going to be no good for using here, but I can use it elsewhere. Count long range targets. So we don't need to do that or that. All we need to do is assign that. Stick that out there. I can't assign that without, yeah. Gonna have to have an execute in. Okay, blah 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 blah. Go through the conditions. Increment the local integer. Spit out the value when done. Not there. I always do that. I always stick my outputs off of in the middle of a loop. I always forget to stick it on completed. Definitely the value we need. So what we need to do with that is stick that on here. So get rid of that. So that should preserve the listing of targets. Let's just verify. To be honest, I could have just made that a collapsed node rather than a macro. Sort that out later. Right, so we currently have 9 targets. There are 14 objects in that system. And we're back to 9 targets. Go to there. So 264 targets, 14 objects in that system. Back to 273. Hang on, is that a different number? 310, 14, 583. Oh, brilliant. That's completely different. Two, 9, 585. Right. What's it missing? Yeah, that's definitely probably it, to be fair. I thought this actually reset natively when you fire the macro. Obviously not, though. So let's just assign that, because it did work the first time. So the fact it then broke from that point on would suggest that it's not doing that. So if you have a local variable in a function, that local variable is reset natively every time you run the function. So I assumed the same would be true for a macro. But obviously not. So 9 targets, 14 objects, 9 targets, 6 objects, 9 targets, 6, 2, 6, oh yeah, that was it. Yeah, you'd assume it to do that, but that was the problem. So 854, 14, 854, yeah. It was definitely that. Good thinking. It is weird though, because I would have thought that would absolutely reset every time you run the macro. Yeah. Very odd. Okay, so that having been fixed, the next thing we need to do is start listing stuff. No, if you have something like a local integer, it's so that you can have a non-variable value within a macro. So it's like a temporary variable essentially that you just assign values to. It doesn't get stored. You can't rename it. You can't use it outside of the logic flow. It's just a funny little thing, to be honest. Yeah, I'm sure it's just a case that the local integer is persisting between calls on that macro, which is counter to how I thought they worked, but never mind. Resetting it is probably good practice anyway. Right, so we need to start adding some list items to this, don't we? So add. Remind myself now how these work, because they're particularly fun to work with. Of course, yeah. So you need to construct the object, and then add it to the item. So for each of them, no, I don't want to go backwards. We are doing expandable. Right, we're going to add those to this one. So one thing we will need to do actually is purge this. So when we do this, we also have to purge all of that. So I think there's actually a reset function for that. Delete. Reset. Clear list items. Right, that should purge all of the targets. So otherwise they'll be there next time you look at the next one. Let's see what that gives us. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the right number of objects, so that's good. Definitely going to have to make this smaller. No worries, Zalaf, thanks for joining. Always good to have you on the stream. The reason this has no data is because we haven't actually told it anything. Yeah, so when it comes to building the berry centers, yeah, we're not going to be able to do that yet because that really needs to be added to this array here. So that's an array of structs, and that needs to be nested based on object class. So it means we have to always have a berry center as the root object, and then we start adding either stars or berry centers as children of that. But for now, it's just a straight list of objects. So I think what we'll do is we break Although, we could just pass this straight through actually. So if we change that to large system object, so yeah. Probably retain that just so we've got a copy of that data. We want that to be exposed on spawn. Then we have to, of course, do the crazy thing where you set it within itself. So on this one, when we click, when we select this particular object, this one, so where we're storing this one here, I need to do this again. Rather storing our long-range selection, I guess that needs to be long-range detail selection. Which rather than a location needs to be an actual system object. Okay, so we'll add that slightly further down the line. For now, all of that can be deleted. Yeah, because we also need to tell it which one's been selected, because that's how it knows whether or not it's highlighted. So we need to compare the selected object against itself, so it knows whether it should be highlighted or not. Yeah. Let's get the names showing properly first, and then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. So the first thing we need to do is set that one. Okay, so that gets us that data. So that means on here, give it that. Oh, hang on. Hello, show me my thing, please. There it is. Give that one. And give that one. Yes, we're going to need a current long-range detail selection in addition to the long-range selection, because we've got two lists of targets, both of which are independently clickable. So we need to manage both of those and make sure they're both stored. Right, That should at least give us everything we need to start naming list items. So, don't need that. Move this after here so that we get access to all the stuff we need. So, the object name. Those, so I have the scanned name. Okay, so to begin with, we're just going to add just all the information that we've got, just to get it displayed. And then once we've added the code for recognizing that something's been scanned, then we can start building the pre-scan versions of the names, which are going to be more vague. Yeah, we've got these descriptions here, which we're going to change. Where's that being set from? Nowhere. Okay. So that needs setting as well. Actually, yeah. Don't need to do that, do I? Need to give it the temperature. Right, so yeah, so we need to differentiate whether or not it's a star or not. So this would be much better served if it was a sequence rather than just a long line of stuff. Rather than branching that, if we use that instead as a switch, which of course is ooge. So anything star related can just all go to the same place. So we'll handle all the stars that way. So we do our name. I'm going to skip the coordinates, aren't we? So we don't need those. distance, and we also need a description. Let's do that after. So if that's the name of the object, proper name, it might be nice to do like name of the star. So we don't need that. So we do. Thinking I can get the Kelvin into this. So if we do like an O class star, I could build up, I could build a sentence here, kind of in bits. You could do something like a hot O class star. To be honest, I could just put that one there. Or I could do description. Could do a hot, whatever the Kelvin is, star. So if we do that again, and we do that, okay. I do believe restoring the star temperature in the atmospheric data. That sets the temperature of the graphic. So we use that same value there. So that takes care of the star. Yeah, I think we'll go letters, numbers, lowercase letters. I'll have to have a look at how we do it for real. Obviously, we're using real world data as much as we can. Generally speaking, I think it would be good to have capital letters to determine the star. So like, approximate A, approximate B, etc. Then so A1, A2, A3 for the planets, and then lowercase ABC for moons. Although, obviously that limits you to 25 moons. When conducting the scan, it will add an amount of time per object. So the more objects there are in the system, the longer the scan will take. Less hot. How to describe a K-class? Cooler? Oh, I like that idea, yes. Yeah, Roman numerals for exomoons removes any limitation we have on numbers. I like that, yeah. Yeah, so capital letters for stars, numbers for planets, and then probably lowercase Roman numerals for moons. I need better terminology for this. Yeah, exactly. It's a barbecue star. That'll do for now, just for testing. So a rare, super hot, however many Kelvin O-class star. B-class star. B-class star. I'm not sure that sentence is going to read particularly well once it's written out, but let's give it a try. Oh, let's actually add the type to it, because otherwise it won't work. Object type. Oh no, that's not going to work, is it? Oh, that's large object types. Oh, curses, that's going to need another separate select. We're doing the list of star system objects on the sensors at the moment. It's the general improvement of how the long-range sensors are displayed. Interesting that it skipped the name. Interesting. Are we even generating the names? Okay. That's going to require a look at, because that's probably actually in the generation code. It's when it's doing the detail generation, it's replacing the name. Yeah, I think you're right there, Firstus. I think I want to get this done and polished so that we can draw a line under it and say, right, the sensors are done. Or at least done for now. Done enough. Then it's just a case of polishing off the last bits of the ship, and then the build can go out live to the public, which will be good. And then we can draw a line under patch 225 completely, and then start working on 226, which won't have as much stuff in it as this one did. We've definitely learned our lesson there. Right, okay, so obviously we can't click on these yet, but that's to be added. Yeah, and then we need the survey as well. So I think what we'll do is we'll have it so that when you click on any of these items, their summary will come up on here anyway, regardless. But to unlock that for all of them at once, you'll need to press the survey button. So you'll survey the system, which makes all of this data available. And that survey will take maybe half a second per planet, something like that. So obviously, we'll have a graphic or something for it doing the survey. And the more planets there are, the longer that will take. Okay. Thank you, Steph. Yes, I definitely will. Actually, some exciting news, which I found out today, is that the builders are going to be starting the dev shed on the 7th of October. So they're doing it a week sooner than we were expecting. So that's going to be exciting. We'll share lots of pictures and videos of that once it's happening. Not yet, Anasi, no. So the atmospheres are done for gas giants, but we need to do the atmospheres for terrestrial worlds and the fluid chemicals. I don't want the detailed surface scan to take too long, not to the point of being annoying. A few seconds, it doesn't need to take ages. I think long enough to feel meaningful, but not so long that it becomes tedious when you're doing hundreds of them in a row. Just wondering, actually, rather than doing a select on here and duplicating all of this, could instead like with the temperature for the graphic, you can do away with that. And we can use a select on this again. Even better than that, we use the temperature if it's a star, Yeah, and we'll do a select. Oops. Yeah, we'll do that on the slate color instead. Because then we can define the color specifically for each one. So that one would be black, I guess. And all of these can just be white for now. That's easier. Distance can be the same for both, and the scanned name there. I'll have to have a look at that for the stars because I don't think that's generating properly. Although is that the actual detail? Oh, it is. That's the fourth thing, so that could be useful at some point. Here we go. Hoorah. That's way too bright. There's also a lot of AUs. Why is it so many AUs? So the average distance is probably going to be in kilometers, isn't it? Right, we need to convert that to not a flat. We don't want to make it into a flat. No, it's already a float. We don't make it text, don't we? Right, and we want to make sure that's down to 2 digits. Want to how many convert convert 1 AU into kilometers a minute. So 1 AU is many kilometers. So if we divide that by that, that should give us our AUs. Hey, check right, welcome to the stream. Let's get rid of that because that's not needed now. That is many AUs. I suppose it would make sense to compare this to Sol, wouldn't it? Because we know the values. It must be in centimeters then, not kilometers, which is crazy. I'll just check all 359 just to be sure. Yeah. Right, so it's actually, because it's going to be using Unreal units, which are centimeters. Lost it now. Yeah. So that actually needs to be centimeters, which is a tremendously large number. You're welcome, Richard. Glad to have you along. There we go. It's more like it. So the actual version of this, which I guess in its final form, these won't say what they actually are. They'll just be like potential terrestrial planet, potential gas giant, and then or it will just say terrestrial planet. Yeah, terrestrial planet, gas giant, that's it, nothing else. When you initiate the survey, it will then add some detail to what they actually are, so then you'll know if it's an atmospheric terrestrial planet. It won't tell you anything about that atmosphere or whether or not it's an Earth-like, but you'll know that it has an atmosphere. And once you know what the habitable zone looks like, you'll be able to determine, okay, so it's a terrestrial planet, it's got an atmosphere, you'll be able to see its mass and gravity from this distance, so you'll be able to think, that could very well be an Earth-like, but you won't know that until you go there and check. They are indeed. However, one of the things I'll add over here is the same as we have here. So where we've got the display focus, and you can switch the focus between the focal point, i.e. here, or the galactic center. So here I'll do it like that so you can see. So here we're focusing on the ship, and here we're focusing on the galactic center. So you can move the map around. And I'll do the same for this. So if we have a focal point option in here as well, then it'll either show distance to the ship or it will show distance to the star. So you'll be able to have both versions. Okay, so obviously this is the long range sensor, so to be honest, this just doesn't need to be here. Maybe nudge that over a little bit. Although I think for now, we'll get rid of that. What I'll do with this actually is if I add that to there, it is going to mean formatting one of these for each one, but kind of do that. That will allow me to do the planets separately without the temperature being involved. Thanks, Sasha. Yeah, we're going to do another recruitment push as soon as this builds out. So once the sensors are done and the ship internals are a bit more polished, we're going to spend a good couple of weeks solidly recruiting. It's one of those time balance things, like, you know, putting together the the job descriptions and doing the recruitment and working with agencies. You know, all of that takes time away from development. So I want to get the development bit done, released in the public hands, and then we can take a couple of weeks off from development and really focus on that recruitment. Yeah, it's definitely a slow process. Thank you, Sasha. Imagine that pressure in an interview, where as part of the interview you're also live streaming. Thanks, Jamo. Yeah, we've just been working on kind of the logic flow and making sure that things were kind of generated as expected. So, just for the benefit of anyone who's newly joining, the general idea of this is you'll be able to select the location within space, so each one of these represents 1 cubic light year, and obviously all these have got star systems within that 1 cubic light year. When you click them, you'll get a brief description here, really just an overview of that particular location. This will default to 000 and the actual galactic location, and you'll be able to send that to Helm from here. If you want to delve more into that, then if you click View Detail, then it will show you what will be a tree structure of that solar system. So it'll start with the barycenter, and then you'll have however many stars in their barycenters, and whatever objects are orbiting that star. And then similarly, you'll be able to click on these and see all of the orbital characteristics and things that you could determine on the long-range sensors in here. But before that detail is available, you'll have to do a survey, a remote survey of that system. So this will basically just say potential gas giant, potential terrestrial world, blah 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 blah. You initiate the survey, and it then gives you a bit more information on those details. So things like the actual orbital characteristics, that will all be revealed once you've done a survey of that system. And the whole point of all of that is to decide whether or not you want to go there and actually properly explore that system and unlock any and all of its secrets. So that's the kind of gameplay loop as it exists currently. And then, as you can see, you can explore those systems to completion. Yes, Sasha, the Greys will be added as a race within the game, and they will be hailing from the Zeta Reticuli system. And I'll also be adding the other, I guess, well-known races as they exist in pop culture. In terms of the interaction with those races, which is obviously the difficult thing, it's like how do you portray the Greys? Are they going to be like the movie Paul, or like American Dad, or are they going to be more the violating, probing types as they're reported as? So I think the way to approach that is to have them, that's true, yeah, or the SG-1 version where they're Asgardians. So the Greys are depicted very differently depending on where you look. So I think to cover all bases, we'll make them technologically advanced, aloof, and not accepting of our presence in their system. So if we do go into their system and try to engage with them, they'll just shoo us away. And that maintains that mystique around them. Like, who are they? What are their motivations? It'll be good to keep that vague. Yeah, exactly. Haha, I see what you did there. But yeah, you've got like reptilians and like the Nordic race from the Pleiades, all that sort of thing. Right, so what next? Hey Richard, yeah. So at the moment, backers have access to the bi-weekly, or usually bi-weekly dev builds, and if you have a look at the video description, there's a link to Ko-fi where you can hop onto that. that aside, we will be putting out a public demo update as soon as the work is finished on the sensors here and all the bits that are currently unfinished down below and on lower decks are all sort of polished up and the stairs are realigned and that sort of thing. Right, so we need... what do we need? We need that to report 000, so we'll add that so that the center helm works. We need it to do a bit of a summary there, so we can sort that out. Right, and then from that point on, these need to be clickable. And they need to come up with the local coordinates, which they do not. Right, let's fix that bit first, get that there done. So this should be as simple as just doing this. Which we did have earlier before I deleted it. Yeah, there we go. That was nice and simple. So if we select Sirius and then send to helm. Oh, we don't have a helm on this version, so we can't test that, but let's assume that works. So definitely need something there. Not to worry. You speak English better than I speak any other language, so it's all good. So I suppose we can do the generation of that data when we click them. It's definitely not beyond reason. Because we are passing through. Where are we? So we're passing through that. So we know which 1 light year cube we're looking at. So pass that through there, pass that through there. Right. Okay. At this point, we can also force the UI to display more information, and to do that, we need a reference to the widget switcher, which is over here. So that one. Basically, it goes from the no target selected to the scroll box, which has all the stuff. We don't want all the stuff. We just want some of the stuff. grab a reference to this. Yeah, then if we do that, ideally, if we store that as a variable at this point, then we don't need to do this cast here. We can just reference that variable when we go to click the data. Yeah, that's probably better. So we want to display basic long range data. I've already updated that one. So that's that one. Which I believe you already have, yeah. Okay. Need to promote that to a variable. That's going to be current long range selection detail. Right, and that's essentially the mother load of information. Right, and then we need to set active index. Did Microsoft give us some support? No, we've had no conversations with Microsoft whatsoever. I assume you mean because it's called Starship Simulator, as in like Microsoft Flight Simulator. But no, they haven't. There are many simulator titles out there, including like Lawnmower Simulator. And, yeah, I'm sure Microsoft doesn't get involved in most of them. So I think what we'll do is, so we've got a lot of data here. So if we duplicate that, Right, and then we need to decide basically what information is pertinent long range versus medium range scan. So we don't want to give too much away here. Certainly won't have any surface data. Yeah, so basically none of these, to be honest, because we're talking about the system itself. So really, we just need a description of that system. Got our border box there. So if we make that full height. So then we can write an overview of that location, and that just needs to say something like a typical star system, with 7 orbiting objects detected, something along those lines. So that's long range view. This a size as well, so let's stick that there. Make sure that wraps. That should make sure it wraps. Brief description of the star system. Yeah, it's going to be a while before we think about consoles. I mean, it's definitely something we will look at, but I think generally speaking, consoles will be something we look at once we're in like alpha properly and early access has passed the finishing line. At that point, we can start to look at what's the viability of X, Y, and Z console platform. I think it's almost certain Xbox will be first because it's a DirectX platform. We're building on a DirectX platform, so it just makes sense that Xbox is probably going to be the easiest port. But yeah, we'll have a look. We'll definitely have a look. So that is 1. So So we need to make sure that we're switching to number 1. What's that function called? Display basic long range data. Okay. Let's make sure we fire that event on the widget. I suppose we may as well actually pull out some of this data. So break what we've got available here. This is probably going to need a switch on location type because obviously we've got black holes and they need to be handled slightly differently, so we'll do that after. Just get a basic star system description done first. Yeah, so we need text reference, so that will be 1. And then we set text, and this is literally just full-on verbiage, just a block of text. Obviously we can do some formatting here, but not a huge amount. Okay, so enum to string. So we want type. Go with temp. 1 from this value because the star is one of those objects. So a typical star system with however many objects orbiting a text. It's going to have zeros, so get rid of the zeros on that. Enum to string. See what that gives us. One. The crazy thing with this is the time it takes for me to click this and for that to change is how long it takes to generate an entire star system's worth of data. Instant. I mean, it's literally instant, which is kind of crazy. I mean, that's generating 13 planets worth of data instantly. Okay, Sasha, have a good one, and thanks for watching the stream. An awful lot of blank space here, which I'm not a fan of, so I think I might split that into maybe a list of data points would be better. To be honest, I'll keep sector type actually. We call that common name. We really want more details about the system itself, not so much the central star. We will grab the name of the star. To be honest, we can even grab its class. If we get the first item in the array, what we can do is we can grab star class. Pop that in. It's going to give us a much more verbose description. Let's stick the age in there as well. See how that looks. Still missing that. I can maybe split this up into two separate boxes and add more detail on the star itself. Then that becomes less relevant when we have a multi-star system. I'll have a think about what we can fill that box up with, because it's looking a little bit Spartan. class star after that. Then in the galaxy system, we're generating our galaxy location. We are naming these stars, I think, using their temperature. So I need to see whether or not they have a given name. So that's probably going to be there. Yeah, so that's basically what we're doing here, which is fine for procedural systems, but obviously we don't want to do that for a non-procedural system. Do we have... Because we've got this sector location name. And that's going to be the proper name of the star. So really we want to be capturing that. So we have a variable for that already. Okay. What I'll do is, in the basic name, we will use that. And then in the scanned name, we'll use the other one. Actually, that doesn't work, does it? Because it needs to work for both procedural systems and manually created ones. So we need a flag. Yeah, I guess the only way around this really is we need to add a variable to this struct which forces it to use a given name rather than using a procedurally generated name. So if anyone recalls from previous streams, if you edit a struct, then wherever that struct is referenced, it will break if you save those objects. So if we do a save all, then we edit the struct, then restart the engine without saving anything, that avoids the bug. So if anyone works with Unreal and ever comes across this problem, that's how to avoid it happening. So done a save all. I shall now add my boolean. So is this a custom system? Defaults to no. So I'll simply save the struct, and you'll see that all of these are now referenced as being unsaved. And that's because all of them reference this particular struct. And if we look at the reference viewer on that, basically all of these would fail to compile and fail to package unless you go into every single one of them and compile and save. So it's much easier, especially if you've got more than that referencing the struct, to just go don't save, go back to there, go to there, and we open it. So now what we need to do is on our Galaxy Gen itself, we need to go blah 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 blah. Where are we? So when we're adding real world stars, click that to yes. When we're adding backer stars, we also click that to yes. And this way we now know that we have pre-configured names and things for these systems. So on here, we now have this, which means we can now create a boolean for that. Custom name. Okay. Now when we construct the star, we can use this as a select. So if the custom name is true, then we will use that custom name. If it's not, we will use the procedurally generated name. Like so. That should fix the names showing up wrong. Yeah, definitely Festus. I'm looking forward to getting that built. I need to spend a couple of days just to go through the build and port everything across, and as with all things, they take time. Okay, Barnard Star. Do you say Barnard Star? No, you do not. Of course you don't. What about there? Ooh, interesting. Okay. Interesting. so where's it getting that from? That's the question. So we're using the name, sector location, details, which is not that one. Okay, because that's the large system object. It's this one. Okay, so I think what we'll do then is we'll do the same as before. Doing much anymore. Right, that's better. Well, that's interesting. So Soul's working, but that's to be expected because it's a separate script. Yeah, the difference in objects is because on the right hand side it says orbiting objects, so that's how many objects are orbiting around the star, whereas on the left hand panel it's showing how many objects are in the system including the star, which is why there's a 1 unit difference. I have no idea, David. I'm not sure what ohms has to do with VTOL. Although the units of energy in space are the same as on Earth. It's just, if you're talking in terms of gravity, there's just more of it on the Earth's surface. Well, no, technically that's not true, is it? Because there isn't more of it. It's just, obviously in space you're moving sideways a lot quicker. where, oh where, is it pulling that name from? So this is sector location details. And that's sector location details. Right, and we're pulling that name directly from there. Which is from here. It's definitely being set to true. One of those are being set to true, so let's give that a quick test a minute. Huh. Huh. So obviously that Boolean is reporting false. I'm not sure where it's getting that from. Oh yes, I know exactly where it's getting that from. It's getting that from the detail. So we're pulling out, yeah, those text fields there. So that's right. So what's happening is this is reporting false. Move that before I forget. Why is it reporting false is the question. So the Galaxy Gen updates the sector locations, which fires this. We pass them through. Then loop through to look for a matching location. Yeah. In which case we set that there. And then pass that through to there. Still using the same data, whether it's the sensors or not. There's no reason why that should be false. Set it to like force it to true, just to test that out. Okay, if I force it, then it works. Yeah. Okay. We know everything works downstream of this. This is pretty straightforward. It just goes through these, adds them all to the array. Restart the engine a minute. That sounds like an engine bug, but let's just see to be sure. Well, regardless of whether this works or not, no, Tim, actually, because I was just about to say, I'm going to call it a night because it's midnight here in the UK. So let's just give this a quick whirl to see whether it worked. And then what I'll do off stream, I'll just go through and sanity check everything. And then I will put this out for a dev build. Although, of course, and I'll make this clear when I put it out, you cannot currently target planets from a distance. Yeah, and Claire is happy. Okay, well, I don't know why that Boolean is not being set properly. I'll have to figure that out. I mean, is it as stupid as that? Surely not. Thank you, Delta, and Claire thanks you as well. In fact, Claire thanks you more than I do. Okay, yeah, that didn't work either. Alright, I'm going to I'll have to go away and think on that. I have no idea why that Boolean's not piping through properly. Very weird indeed. Okay, so where we are currently at is that you can just click through the various stellar targets, see a small overview, you can send that to the helm, you can then view the detail of any particular one. Well, so what I still need to build is the ability to click on these, fix the name, and the ability to initiate a survey to unlock currently hidden data. So not a huge amount to do now on the long range sensors. And the good thing with the medium range sensors, this is the ugly old version, is the bulk of this can just be copy pasted straight onto here, which will save a lot of time. And then the last one is just the short range. That's the most complicated one because it will involve planetary scanning data, but it does get the sensors pretty much feature complete, which is going to be nice. And yes, I do tend to pull all-nighters quite regularly. And probably tonight, because I'm not really that tired, to be honest. So I'll probably go and have a nice hot shower, have another cup of tea, and then see how much I can get done. But yes, I will put a build out later on this evening, and then you can all have a look at that. So thank you very much everyone for bearing with me on this long-ass 4.5 hour stream. Well, I'll probably do the same again on Sunday. Right, there we go. I'm off. Thanks again, be safe, have a good rest of the week, and thank you Firstus for the more chocolate fund. Claire, once again, thank yous. Thank yous is lots. You can tell it's 12:30, can't you? I've just lost the ability to communicate coherently. Thanks everyone, good night, be safe, and I'll see you on Sunday.